Okay, common errors in grammar and punctuation. Can Haika read? Assalamu alaikum, Haika.
Sometimes a long phrase or clause will separate a subject from a verb. Consider the following error in subject/verb argument. The play with such true and participles come highly recommended. The author has misconstrued the subject as the witticism and participles and has thus used the plural form of the verb. You must always identify the subject of the sentence in case the noun play. One way to identify the subject of a sentence is to find the word or phrase that comes before the verb and does not modify anything else. Situated phrases can never act as the subject of the sentence, so you can separate them with brackets to find the subject.
Okay, can you read this example as well? The play.
The play will such the assessment and parables come highly recommended. Subject can be phrases as well. Consider these two examples. Party without pants is quite foolish. Running a marathon is
Idea of a vacation. Okay, so these are some parables and these are some witticisms. So like they act like a noun. So like play is a noun, right? I mean yeah, in this case play will ask, like play is like the place like where they act, right? There's two different plays. So this is a play which is like an act. Okay, when you go watch a show, it's like a show, right? So that is a noun. Okay. Okay, can Mehdi read in the above sentences? Mehdi, are you there? Tabarak? Tabarak, can you unmute, please? Okay, Bahauddin, they are muted or no?
they're not in the meet.
Oh, they're not in the meeting. Oh, I just saw them. I don't know. Okay, I'll wait. So Bahauddin, can you read instead?
In the above sentences, the underlined phrases function as subjects. Subjects phrases always take singular.
Okay, and more, a little bit more. Bahauddin.
There are also several rules related to conjunctions and or and nor. If the subject is composed of two or more nouns or pronouns connected with an and, then the verb is plural.
Mm-hmm. Can you give this example? Can you read the one example as well? Like her watch. What is it?
Her watch and wallet were stolen from the locker at the train station.
Yeah, so they can add and, right? To the subject phrases, they can add and. So watch and wallet, right? These are subject phrases. Whereas there are two or more nouns, right? The watch is also a noun and wallet is also a noun, then they add and, right? So that's the subject phrase, okay? Were stolen, okay? Okay, when two or more nouns are connected by or nor, or no or nor, use the singular form of the verb. A socket, wrench, or power drill is good tool to have in situation like this. In a situation like this, so socket, wrench is also a noun, right? There's two nouns: wrench, socket, wrench, and a power drill, right? These are two things, right? And things are nouns. Okay, so these are two more than two nouns, so they're called these are subject phrases. Okay, Aya, can you read? If one of the nouns, Aya, are you there?
Yes.
Yes, can you read, please? Thank you.
Which one?
If one of the nouns, starting from the first sentence.
If one of the nouns connected with or nor is plural, use the plural form of the verb if the plural noun is closer. However, if the singular noun is closer to the verb, use the singular form of the verb. A power drill or socket wrenches are good tools to have in situations like this. Socket wrenches or a power drill is a good tool to have in situations like this. There are a few exceptions to the rule that have subject-verb agreement. Some nouns such as civics, politics, mathematics, measles, mumps, and use
Okay.
take singular form of the verb. The news is dire, and politics are becoming more optimistic these days.
Yes, good. Okay, so these are some review questions. Circle the correct form of the verb in each sentence. So for the first sentence, Haika, what do you think it is? There are fewer criminals on the street since the law was passed. Can you
R.
tell me?
R.
Yes, good. Okay, because there's more than one. Okay, okay, number 2, that may be, but there are no evidence that it's making us any safer. Bahauddin, what do you think it is? Number 2.
No, okay, they may be, but there is are.
Yes. Which one do you think?
Let me read the entire thing. They may be, but there is no evidence that it's making us any after, but there are no evidence that is me. I think it is.
Good, yes, good. Okay. Okay, mashallah, that's good. Number 3, Aya, can you read the sentence for number 3? Tell me which.
Mathematics is/are the fundamental language of physics.
So which one do you think? Is it is or are?
Is.
Okay, good. So mathematics is the fundamental language of physics. Okay. Haika, can you read number 4?
Okay. Jerry, who runs around the weekend trying to find great deals at big box stores, sometimes loses sight of what's really important. Loses.
Sometimes loses, yeah. Okay. Okay, good. Okay, number 5. Bahauddin, can you read number 5?
Civics is taught in every high school in America. Civics are taught
Civics are taught in every high school. So civics is only one, right?
are.
You think are? Okay. But it's only one subject, right, Bahauddin? Civics is taught in every school in America, okay? So it's only one subject, civics, right? It's not more than one, right? If there's more than one subject, then you use are. Okay, Bahauddin?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, 6. Aya, can you read number 6?
The protesters holding that hand-painted sign seem. Wait, hang on. The protesters holding that hand-painted sign seem really motivated.
So which one is it, with the S or without the S?
Without.
Okay. Yeah, good. Okay, number 7. Haika, can you read number 7?
Okay. Throwing tickets to the media sharks does do them some good. Does them some good.
Good, yeah, that's good. Okay. Okay, number 8, Bahauddin, can you read?
Neither
Okay.
or nor.
Pen. Neither the sword nor the pen are most mighty in this situation. Yes, good. Okay. Okay, good. Yeah. Number 9. Aya, can you read number 9?
Charity or alms help those suffering from the wicked.
Helps, right? With the S. Good. Okay. Number 10, Haika.
Potassium and water are a dangerous combination.
Are or is?
Is.
Potassium and water is a dangerous combination. Remember, more than one? Like there's more than one. Potassium is
R.
Yes,
R.
R. Yes, good. Okay. Commas and semicolons. Avoid using commas to connect independent clauses. Is Mehdi and Tabarak here? Tabarak? Mehdi? Let me check the chat. Yes, Tabarak, can you please unmute? Tabarak? Tabarak, are you there? Tabarak? Okay, commas and semicolons. Okay, can Haika read commas and semicolons?
Okay. Avoid using commas to interact independent clauses. Consider the following comma splices. Example 1. I finally found my keys. I got to work just in time. It rained heavily during the afternoon. However, we still managed to have a picnic.
So, okay. In the first example, use a period, semicolon, or coordinating adjustment to connect independent clauses. So how did they use it? In the second here, they use the coordinating conjunction. And how did they use it? So I finally found my keys. Then they add a comma. Okay, and and they underlined, like they and because they added that as a conjunction. Okay, these are conjunctions. We learned about conjunction before. So and is in this case is a coordinating conjunction. Because it's adding uh like a two, like it's basically adding another sentence. Okay, so and then at the end of the sentence they put the full stop. Okay, and then example 2, you can see the difference, right? It rained heavily during the afternoon in the first example too. However, we still managed to have a picnic. Okay, but this time what they do is they put the comma beside however, because however then there's another sentence. So there's sometimes you write a continuous sentence and you do not add a full stop or a comma, right? You don't separate the sentence. So sometimes it becomes very hard to read. Okay, or maybe someone would get shortness of breath by reading it, like, like if there's no comma, there's no stop, there's no, there's two sentences, right? Like separating a sentence, so it becomes a continuous sentence. So, so it's better to have a comma and divide the sentences. So that's why we use independent clauses, coordinating conjunctions. Okay. Okay, so now in most cases, figure 7, Bahauddin, can you read?
In most cases, we only use semicolons to connect two independent clauses. Avoid using semicolons to separate words or phrases from the independent clause.
Yes, example 1.
The roof of that car was covered in astroturf, a strange sight.
And then example 2 is?
Quentin's father gave him a golden pocket watch, which was priceless family heirloom.
Yeah. So these are some these are in most cases we only use semicolons to connect two independent clauses. So avoid semicolons to separate words or phrases. Okay, so here we don't understand because there's words, right? These are These are nouns, right? AstroTurf, pocket watch, these are nouns, and you're separating the sentence. So these are some things that we have to avoid when writing essays, paragraphs, or anything, right? Answering any question or anything, writing anything. You should avoid writing it like with the noun, right? Because this makes it like the sentence like it's hard to understand. Okay, so like this is not the correct way. Okay, so the roof of in our grammar, because we're doing proper grammar and punctuation, so we should avoid these errors in writing. Okay. Um use dashes to emphasize. There's a how there's a way of writing it. So the same sentence, how it's you added a semicolon, you can use a dash instead. Okay, because the roof of the car was covered in astroturf dash blank, right? Dash a strange sight. Okay, so this makes sense because that's a meaning of what you're trying to explain, right? Okay, semicolon does not make sense because semicolon is for like separating a sentence, so it's not what you're trying to explain. Okay, it doesn't, or trying to define. Okay, the roof of the car was covered in astroturf. Example 2, Quentin's father gave him a golden pocket watch. Then you add a comma, which was priceless family heirloom. Okay, when you add a semicolon, that's basically saying that you're trying to write another sentence that makes a different that's different from what you tried to explain in the beginning, first sentence. But here you can see Quentin's father gave him golden pocket watch, and he's still telling about the pocket watch. He's not starting about a drill or another thing, right? They're still talking about the pocket watch. So they just put a comma and then explain it what they meant with what the watch meant to them, his father. So which was priceless family heirloom. Okay. Okay, so here review questions. Each sentence has either a comma splice or a sentence fragment. Correct comma splices by replacing them with a period, semicolons, or coordinated conjunction. Correct fragments by either omitting the semicolon. Okay, so we can do this for homework. This is your homework. Okay, so I posted the assignment. Okay, so now we can do math. So Bahauddin, you can start, and Tabarak, you can start working on the English assignment posted on the Google Classroom. And other students, grade 7s and 8s, they can do math. Okay, so we will be doing math. Okay, Bahauddin, does that make sense? Okay. Okay, so any problem in yesterday's homework, Haika? Did you understand?
Yes.
Okay, so draw the triangles and answer the questions. Okay, we have to do this for homework. So, did you post it? Did you post your answers on the Google Classroom?
Not yet. I have 2 questions remaining.
Okay, you can post it today, inshallah, then I will mark it. Okay, so solve the problem, show your work. Okay, name the triangle in 2 ways. Aya, did you understand yesterday's homework? Any difficulty? I need to see your answers as well, okay? Okay, so name the triangle in 2 ways. This was also the homework, so I don't know if you did this. Okay, so what do you think is the angle going to be? Name the triangle in 2 ways. So do you think it's a right triangle or it's a acute? What do you think, Haika? So if it was like this, that means it's right. But because it's like this, it's less than 90. So less than 90, we know, degrees, is going to be acute. And remember what we learned from which ones are acute? Which one is the acute triangle called? Equilateral, right? So this means this triangle is we can describe it as an acute triangle or equilateral. So I would write acute here, or I would write equilateral, right? Make sense? Does that make sense, Haika?
Yes.
Okay. Measure the triangle, write the minimum side and angles information are required to describe the triangle. Okay, so for example, the side is 5. Okay. The other side will also be 5 because they're equal sides, right? And the other side will also be equal, 5. Okay. And if the angle is 7, the 8, the other side will also be 5, the other side will also be 5. Because you're explaining the angle. And then if the angle is again 78, the other side will be 5 and the angle will also be 78. Make sense? Does that make sense, Haika? Haika, do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. So these are equilateral triangle. The angles are the same and the sides are also the same, equal. Okay. Now we can move on to 8.3, which is congruent and similar shapes. Color the congruent shapes and similar shapes of the given triangle, then fill in the table with the same or different. So if I send you a picture of this, will you be able to identify which ones are congruent and which one are similar? Okay, so I will first I will I think I'll send you a screenshot. Tell me which one is, so you have to shade in a color or you can in a pencil, marker, whatever you have. You can shade it the similar shapes and tell me what you so I have sent. So Haika, can you read the question? And Aya, I will also
Okay.
send it to you. So Aya, Aya, did you receive the question? So please color it in, or if you have a pencil or whatever marker, shade it in, okay? Save the image and then you can edit it, okay? And then send me and tell me then what you have as an answer. So I'll give you 2 minutes. Haika,
Yes.
did you get the paper?
Yes.
Okay, so will it take you some time, or can you just tell me on spot?
On spot for the answer?
Yeah.
Let me see the question. I can try on spot.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So similar is, you know what, the shape is the same and the size is the same. Congruent is where the size is a bit bigger and one is a little bit bigger. Like, you see, this
Okay.
is a bit bigger. That's a congruent because they're the
Okay.
same shape, but it's one is bigger and one is not. So what do you think? This first one, what do you think it is? Is it going to be congruent or to this? To this, yeah. Is it going to be congruent to this? Or is it going to be similar?
Similar.
No, but the size is different, right? Isn't it?
Yeah.
So this is congruent, right? This is congruent because one is a little bit bigger and one is a little bit smaller. However, similar shapes are, so what they say they say figures that are identical. Okay, so the figures that are identical are, sorry, congruent, and then figures that are same shape but different sizes are similar shape. So again, this one, you said it was similar, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Okay. And then what about this one?
This one's also similar?
Is the size the same?
No.
Why do you think? I think that the size are same, no?
I
If
think
you
it's
just,
because of the position it's in.
yeah, but it's just like the reflection, right? So it's still the same shape, right? Like it's the same shape
Yeah,
and the
so then
same
100.
congruent, yeah. Okay, what about the next one? This one. Aya, do you know? Aya, do you know which one is this shape gonna be with matching this? Is it a congruent or similar? Aya? Aya, are you there?
Yes.
Yes, what do you think this shape is? Is this shape gonna be similar to this shape? In blue right now.
Similar, but it is not the same.
Yeah, it's not the same. So they're different sizes. So that means they're called similar. Okay, it's not congruent. Congruent means if it's the exact same. Similar means it's just looks the same but it's different sizes. Okay, so we say similar. Good. Okay, what about this one? Do you think it's different or it's the same? It's different, right? Both shapes are different. Okay. These are, what do you call them? Different. Okay, we will say it's different. They're not the same. Okay, so in the beginning ones, these were these are different. These are we said these were identical, but they're different sizes. So we mentioned this was similar, and this was congruent. Right, they're identical, and this one was similar, and this one are, both of them are different. So they don't even look the same, or they don't even they're not even identical. So that means they are not, and the size is not even the case. They're just different. We say different. Okay. Okay. Congruent shape, side lengths, and similar shapes. So you can take a ruler and mention, what the shape, side length is, right? And then add the sides. Parameters, basically you add all the sides. Okay. So for example, this is A, B, and C. So parameter would be A plus B plus C. Okay. And the area for a triangle would be, base times height over 2. You already know. Okay. So you use that to find. Okay. Color the corresponding sides and angles of the congruent shape. So color the corresponding sides and angles of the congruent shape. So which one is green? Gonna be green. You see, I'm gonna zoom in. So which one do you think is the side length that is green? So let me use this color. Okay, this is green, right, in color. So which one do you think this is green, right? So where's my green gonna match? Haika? This
Yes.
one? Which one is gonna be green? This side, or this side? The green that matches
The
this
first
side.
one you said.
Yeah, this one, right? Okay, good.
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, now red, okay? So let's use the red color. I think this is not red. This is red. Okay, so this is red. So which one will be red matching? 1, 2, or 3? Which side? We already said this was green, so this which side can be red? Aya? Aya, which side is red? That matches with this one, this figure. Aya? Is number 2 matching with this? Or number 3?
Yeah.
Which
Yeah,
one?
they're matching. They're matching.
So the number 2 is matching, right? Yeah, to this side. Okay, good. And then the last side is blue, so we already know if we already did all the sides, so we can automatically know that the blue is the last third side, okay? Okay. Okay, can you do this question? Haika, number 4. Green, red angle, and a blue angle. So I want you to do this question and tell me which one. Okay, so for example, this is 1 side, this is 2 side, and this is 3. So you have to tell me which one is the angle for red and which one is the blue angle.
Okay. So on the corner of the top of one, it would be gray. The bottom of one would be green, and the last point would be red.
And this would be red. Good, good. That's exactly what we need to do. And now for question 5, Aya, can you tell me which one is the blue angle gonna be for this shape? So let's say this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, there's 4 sides and 4. Can you tell me which angle color would this be? And this be, and this be, and this be, okay? So if you just flip it around, you will notice which side is what color. Can you tell me? What do you call, Aya? Aya, are you there?
Yes.
Yes, so what color is the first, between like this and this? What color, color is my angle? Is it green? Is it blue? Is it yellow? Is it red? Which one do you think?
What?
So you know how we have to match these exact angles on this picture. It's the same picture, but they just flipped it around. So that's why they're telling us to write the same color angles, color them in as the first figure. So we have to color the same angles. So can you tell me which is this gonna be a green color or blue color or yellow color? Which color do you think this one is gonna be? So if you flip this around, you will notice it's gonna become like this same figure is gonna be like here. It's gonna be like this, right? Something like this, tilted. So it's the same figure, but you have to just label the color angles. So what? Just give a guess. What do you think it would be? Red. What color? Okay, Heike, can you tell me?
Okay. So the bottom of the left corner would be purple, then the bottom of the right corner would be yellow, then the right
Okay,
top
wait,
would be
wait.
red.
Let me just first
Okay.
erase something. Let me erase this. Okay. Okay, now you're saying that this side is gonna be blue, you're saying, huh? Are you sure?
No, that
Isn't
says
blue? Look at the length of this side. Let's label the length. Okay, let's label this as being 5 centimeters, the longest length, because this is long.
okay,
Let's
now
say
I get it.
4. This is
So the
5
top,
and this is 3. Okay, so which one is the shortest length do you think here? 3, right? So this should also
Yeah.
be 3. So that means the top here is yellow. So that means this side is gonna be what color? Yellow, right? This is yellow.
right. And then on the bottom of that, that would be green. No, red, yeah. And beside the yellow would be green.
Okay, so this would be red, right? You're saying this
Yeah.
is gonna be sorry, red. Okay, let's say this is red.
Yes.
Okay, and then you're saying which one is green?
Beside yellow.
Okay, so here is green. Okay, good.
Yes.
You think this
And-
is green? Are you sure? Because
Oh, wait,
remember
no, it's supposed to be beside red.
this is 5. Yeah, this is 5, so it's supposed to be red. Okay. It's supposed to be beside the green is supposed to be beside red. Okay. Okay, so sorry, this green is supposed to be here. Okay, and then what is this color gonna be? What is the other color? Blue. Where's my blue gonna be? This side, right? Beside the yellow. These are the matching sides. Okay, so it's good to, sometimes write the side length. That way you can figure out which color it's supposed to be, okay?
Okay.
Okay, now what about this one? Can you do now this one? This figure? So label this as 4. Label this as let's say 4 as
All right.
4.
So the first top would be purple.
Okay, purple, yes.
Yeah, that's purple. Then the bottom of purple would be green. Then beside purple would be yellow. And then beside green would be red.
Okay, so that looks right. Yes, good. So it's just usually there's sometimes you have to flip it around to find out like exactly what shape it is, okay, and what the lengths are. Based on that, then you color the angles, okay. Okay, number 6. Draw a similar shape for each shape. The corresponding side lengths of similar shapes are different, but their corresponding angles are the same. Okay. So similar means the size can be, remember the similar shapes mean the size, the shape is the same, right? Shape is same, but size is different. So what am I gonna draw here? Smaller one or bigger one? How can I can draw a bigger one too? Okay, let's draw a bigger one. So it's gonna be the same, but it's just gonna be a little bit bigger. Okay. So you can see this is the same shape, similar shape, but the sizes are different. This is how you can draw. Same thing here. This is a square. Okay, it's similar. I can draw a bigger square, but it's the same shape, right? But it's just the size is different. Make sense? Does that make sense, Haika?
Yes.
Aya? Okay. Aya, does that make sense? Did you understand? So similar shapes means like the size can be this different, like, but the shape is the same. So I didn't draw a rectangle. That would be different. I drew a square, but I just drew a bigger square. Okay, it's the same shape, but just a bigger one. Okay, make sense? Aya? Aya, are you there? Aya?
Yes.
Yes, do you understand similar? So I just
Yeah.
drew a square, but it's just a bigger square. So that means it's the same shape, but it's just different size. So that means it's similar, okay? Okay. So this one we'll give, let's do one more. Okay, so check the correct circle for each description. Description of two shapes. Number 8, their corresponding angles are the same, but their areas are different. So congruent shape, similar, or neither. Okay, so let's see. We have to draw. We have to correct. We have to actually make a solve it on a side like paper to draw which based on what they say here. So they say their corresponding are the same, but their areas are different. So areas are for example, area of a the area is basically, if a square is or rectangle is length times width. So if you think the areas are different, area can be bigger. So for example, for this square, the first square, my area is 30 meters squared. And for this square, my area is going to be bigger, obviously, because the size is bigger. So it's going to be 40. So that means the angles are going to be the same. They're going to be 90 degrees. All of them are going to be 90. But the size is different. So that means, would it be congruent or would it be similar? Or would it be neither? Which one do you think? Based on what we have here. The areas are bigger, but the angles are the same. So which one? They look similar in shape, right? They do. So we would circle similar. Okay, makes sense? Similar shapes means they're the same shape, but the size can be bigger or smaller, okay? Okay, can you do number 9, Haika, and tell me? Their corresponding side lengths are the same, but their orientations are different. So remember we did congruent just now? We just did congruent figures.
Yes.
So can you tell me which one would be congruent, similar, neither? Which one? They were tilted. Their orientations means like they're can be upside down. They can be like, so this, it's gonna be which one? Similar, congruent. Number 9, congruent,
Oh,
right?
number 9. Yeah, congruence.
Yeah, because it can be like, this can be the same triangle, but I can just flip it around, make it like this, or I
Yeah,
can
that's
flip it
congruent.
like, that's congruent, okay? Okay, and number 10, Aya, can you do this one? Can you circle the correct one? They have no matching angles, but their areas are the same. Okay, so it can be they have no matching angles, but their areas can be the same. So which one do you think can be? So it's congruent means that they're identical, exactly identical, right? So for example, this is 30, and this is also 30. So they're all matching. They're always going to be matching, okay? And for similar shapes, the side length can be 2 and one can be 4. So they're not going to have the same side length. Okay? So this means is like they have no matching angles, but their areas are the same. In these similar shapes, the area can be bigger or smaller. So area can be 30, remember, and area can be 40. So that means our it can be neither similar. Okay, we can cross that out because similar means the area can be different, but they're saying there in number 10 they want you to say the areas are the same. So that it's not, it can be similar, it can't be congruent, because congruent means the angles are the same. Okay, angles are same. Okay, so that means which one it can be? Neither, right? We cross those two out, so it's not this, it's not this, so it has to be this. So we circle this one. Okay, Does that make sense? Okay, Aya, can you do number 11 now, please? Their sides are different, but their angles are the same. So which one can be bigger and smaller? Can it be similar or congruent? Aya? Aya? Aya, are you there? Okay, Haika, can you tell me number 11 which one it can be?
Okay. It would be similar.
Similar, good. Okay. Solve the problem, show your work. Can the area of the desk be found with the given measurement? If so, what is the area? So we have my desk is made up of two trapezoids, okay? So do you think from these can we find the area? Because um area means what? Like area for trapezoid, we know it's A plus B. You're saying my desk is made of two congruent trapezoids. So trapezoids are basically like, they're tilted. They're like this shape. This shape is like a trapezoid. So this is a trapezoid. So the area is gonna be A plus B times height, okay, over 2. Okay, so this is gonna be the area. So from what we have, do you think, Haika, we have the height for the trapezoids? Haika, do you think? What's gonna be the height? The height is this basically, right? So if you tilt it's the same as this basically. Because the sides are the same, right? Makes sense? Haika?
Yes.
So this is 1 meters, okay? And we know that this is the same shape as this shape. Okay, this is shape 1. It's the same shape, identical shape to shape 2. So if that's the case, we can tilt this number 2, and based on this, we know, right, what it's gonna look like. So this can be 1.5. No, this can be sorry, this one can be this, and then this is gonna be the shape. Okay, so that means 1.5 is here, 1 meters here. Okay, if I'm not correct, if I'm correct, sorry. Do you think that's true? No, it goes higher and then it goes lower. So then it goes like that, the higher and lower, and then this, and then this. Okay, so basically it's like this. So this side is the higher to from the lower is this side with this side. So that means this side is gonna be 1.5. Okay, and then this side is gonna be yeah, this side is gonna be 1, and then this side we don't know. So this side we do not know. So 1.5 and then 1, and we do not know this side because this side is from this side to this side basically. So the other shape is like this. The other shape, this one, right? It's just giving you 1 meters here. And obviously because we know they're identical, so that means this side from the highest to the lowest is gonna be this side 1.5. Okay, so 1.5 is 1.5 and 1 meters is 1 meters. Okay, and then now we have that. Okay, and now we can multiply and add the sides. So if this side is 1.51 meters, basically, that means this side should also be 1 meters because they're identical. Okay, so let's say this is my A, and that's my B. No, at the bottom my B, and the height is this one. Okay, the height. So let's say a 1 plus 1 is my A, and then times the height, which is 1.5, over 2. So we do the calculation. 2 times 1.5, what is it? Aika, what is 2 times 1.5? So 2 times 1.5 is what?
Times 1.5.
Mm-hmm. 3, right? So 3 divided by 2 is 1.5. So my area is gonna be 1.5. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So that means we can find our area because they're identical shapes, and we can they're congruent shapes, right? Basically. But they're just they're just tilted, right? Upside down, right? Makes sense? Okay, so this one is your homework. So these are, I can give you this. Identify the circle and perpendicular lines. I can do one example before I give you the homework. So identify and circle the perpendicular lines, then draw the lines with a protector. Okay, so perpendicular means 90 degrees. So this means perpendicular. And then this can also be perpendicular. And this can also be perpendicular. Okay, so number 1 is which one is perpendicular? So this one is perpendicular to this, right? Makes sense? So they're both 90 degrees. This is 90 and this is 90. And then you can use your protractor to see, find the angle if you have a protector. Do you have a protector? Aika, Aya, do you have protectors? You should have it in your geometry box so you can find the angles, okay? Identify the lines. So do you think this one is gonna be 90 degrees or no? Perpendicular or no? Aya, Aika, do you think
Yes.
it's perpendicular? Do you think it's 90 degrees?
Yes.
How? It's 90 degrees means it's this, right? Like it's a straight line and then it's like this line. This is not a straight line. This is tilted. This is not perpendicular. It's not a straight line. You know, this is a perpendicular line. So this one is not. Okay. So this one you can circle. It's the perpendicular. Okay. This one you cannot circle. Okay. So you have to leave this not circled. Okay. And this one you. What about this one? Do you think this one is a perpendicular?
No.
No, right? Okay, you can also use a protector to figure that out. But I would think this is perpendicular. You know how? You have to measure this is a straight line technically, and this is another straight line. So straight lines are always perpendicular. So this means this is 90 degrees, this is 90 degrees. Make sense? Make sense?
Yes.
This is perpendicular. This is actually perpendicular. What about this one? Do you think this is also, it's just tilted, right? It's also 90 degrees technically. Like this, right? So they're 90 degrees, okay? It's perpendicular. This line is perpendicular. This line basically is perpendicular to this line, means they're 90 degrees here, okay? Okay, this one, do you think is perpendicular? This is, right? This is 90 degrees, okay? And what about this one? This does not look 90 degrees. This looks like it's going 90 degrees. Basically means if this is this, it would be here, right? This would be the, but you have to use your protector, okay? To figure out whether it's actually, no, this is, if you flip the screen upside down, you will notice this is going over 90 degrees. So this is over 90, it can be 100 or something. So it's not perpendicular 90 degrees, not 90 degrees, okay? Okay, so draw the lines with the protector, then mark the angle 30 degrees, okay? Draw two lines, okay, that intersect each other, means like they intersect each other. They can be like going like this, okay? And it has to be 30 degrees. So you have to use a protector to do it, okay? Okay, Haika? Intersect means like they hit, like they match each other. Basically, they intersect, they connect with each other, okay? This is what intersect means, okay? Make sense? Okay, so you have to do this for homework. Okay, so I will post this on the Google Classroom. I don't know. Okay. Can you guys hear me? Assalamu alaikum.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know why it's taking that long. She does that. Okay, so I will try posting it later. Okay. Meanwhile, you can also work on the on the English assignment, okay? Because I think this is taking some time. Okay, so Haika, you can start working on English. Okay, so I'll have to do it again maybe. Maybe because the drive has a lot of folders, so maybe I need to get rid of something. Maybe that's the reason why, but I will be posting it. Otherwise I'll post it on the announcement page, okay? So Okay, so I don't know, maybe something's wrong with the drive. They're not accepting enough folders. So I will just I will send it on the chat. Okay, Haika? So if you can save it. Okay, this is Haika's homework and Aya's homework. Okay, and Mehdi, if he's here, it's his homework as well. Okay. Okay, so these three worksheets I posted, Haika, can you see it in the chat?
Yes, I downloaded them.
Okay. Aya, you should also download them, okay? They're in the chat. Please download. Okay, so meanwhile you can work on them and then I will do grade 6 math with I don't know if the Barak's in the class. Is the Barak is so Tabarak and Bahauddin, please unmute. We will do math, okay? Okay, so yesterday we did these. Okay, these were for homework. So now we have to do lesson number 15, dividing whole numbers by fractions. Okay, so what is the reciprocal of 3/4 and 4/3? So can you tell me what the reciprocal will be if you have, like, for example, I'm gonna do the first one with you guys. So this is my 7/6, right? So my reciprocal will be 6/7. If I want to write my fraction as a reciprocal, take the reciprocal of 7/6. It's just basically flip it around. I bring my 6 on top and bring the 7 on the bottom, and I change their place. So 6 now is on top and 7 is on the bottom. So this is my reciprocal, 6/7. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, Bahauddin, can you do for number 2? Can you do that? Can you find the reciprocal?
Okay.
And Tabarak, can you do question 3?
10/9.
Okay, 10/9. And Tabarak, can you do number 2? What is the reciprocal? Tabarak, I didn't hear you. Can I hear you? Can you unmute, please? Tabarak, Tabarak, we need to participate in class. Can you tell me what's the reciprocal for 4/5? It's 5/4. Okay. You flip the 4 and you bring it on the bottom, and then the 5 you bring it on top. Okay. Okay, so Bahauddin, do you understand? Can you do
Yes.
can you do question 12 for me?
Which? Okay.
It can be further simplified, so
Yes, it can.
first flip it around and tell me what you get.
12/8.
Yes, 12/8 is your reciprocal. Can you simplify it?
Yes.
What is it gonna be? What is it?
Then you can make it 4/6.
4 and then 6, and then what can it be further more simplified? What is gonna be the most simplest form? Can you tell me?
The most simplest ones. So from 4 over 6, it will go to 2 over 4.
You mean, okay, 6, it's basically you told me 12 divided by 2 and 8 divided by 2, right? So that means you got 6 over 4. Okay, now do you think 6 and 4 come in the timetable of any number? 2, right? Because 2 times 2 gives you 4, so 4 can also be divided by 2. And 2 times 3 gives you 6, so 6 can also be divided by 2. So that means 6 divided by 2 gives you 3, and 4 divided by 2 gives you.
4 divided by 2 is.
So 3 over 2 is your most simplest form, okay? So that is your reciprocal. Okay, now I'm gonna erase this one, and now we're gonna do one more question. Let's do this one, okay? Can you do question 7?
Question 7 or
Yes.
1 over 2.
1 over 2 is what? The reciprocal or reciprocal?
Oh, the simplest form.
Yeah, the reciprocal, okay? So basically you said 2 divided by 2. It's still not the reciprocal. It's just you found the top number, like what 2 over 4 is simplest form. Okay, so 1 over 2. Now you got 1 over 2. Now take the reciprocal of 1 over 2. What is it gonna be?
It will be 2 over 1.
Yes, and 2 over 1 is just gonna be equal to 2 over 1 is
2 over 1 is equal to 2 full.
2. Good. Okay, good job. Okay, so now we can do some problem solving question. Okay. Okay, so now we have 3. Do the division mentally. So 3 divided by half. Okay, so what do you think is gonna be? So we cannot divide it immediately, right? Because we can divide it like we can divide it by 3 divided by 1. We can do that. It's equal to 3. Okay, let's suppose our, like, we can just take the top, right? And we know that 3, when there's no number below it, we know there's just 1 below it, right? And it's 1 over 2, right? So 3 divided by 1 is just 3. Okay, and 1 divided by 2 is just gonna be, like, we're still gonna have a fraction left. Okay, so we can't really do this, okay, because we can only divide when we have nothing, like at the, like here, we first, before doing the dividing, because we will have some other number. 1 divided by 2 is like hard to do. That's why we have to take the reciprocal, okay? So now, once we do that, once we take the reciprocal, we can flip the sign, okay? So now, once I take the reciprocal, 2 over 1 is my reciprocal. I can change it to multiply. Make sense? Okay. Now, once I did that, I can multiply the top and the bottom. So 3 times 2 gives me 6. And 1 times 1 gives me, on the bottom, gives me 1. So 6 over 1 is just 6. So my answer will be, what will it be? 6, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now can you do me the one question here is question 19. So this one. Can you do this one?
5 divided by 1 over 2.
Yes. First take the reciprocal and flip the sign from divide to multiply. And once you take the reciprocal, then solve. Tabarak, can you do this question? 16. Tabarak?
Yeah.
Can you do this question 16? Okay, take the reciprocal.
Okay. Can you zoom in? I can't see.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, Bawaddin, are you done?
So which one do I divide? Do I divide the 5 or the 1 over 2?
Okay, so the first thing is, okay, with the Bawaddin, you have this, for example, right? So you have 5. So I need to take the reciprocal of half, right? So 1 over 2. So how I do that is by flipping the 2 and the 1, right? So I bring them, I write it like this, 2 over 1. I took the reciprocal. Now I have to change my sign from divide to multiply because I took the reciprocal. So I flip the numbers around. So that means I need to change the sign as well, flip the sign as well. So I flip the numbers and I flip the sign. So divide, change to multiply. Now I have to consider 5 over 1, okay, times 2 over 1. So I multiply the top numbers. I get 5 times 2 is 10. And 1 times 1 is gonna give me 1. So 10 over 1. And you know 10 over 1 is just equal to 10, okay? Okay, Bahauddin?
Okay.
So I take the reciprocal first, then I flip the sign, I flip the numbers, I flip the sign, and then I do the multiplication, okay? So now I want you to do question number 21. Okay? Same thing I told you, the way I wanted. Flip the numbers, flip the sign, and then solve, okay? Okay, Tabarak, are you done? Tabarak?
No.
So, okay, Tabarak, it's been a little bit of time. It's okay, I'll explain it to you. So what I'm gonna do is I need to take the reciprocal of 1 over 3, okay? Because we have 1 over 3 a fraction here. So the reciprocal for 1 over 3 is just gonna be, I have to flip the numbers. So I bring the 1 at the bottom and I bring the 3 at the top. So now my 1 over 3 changes to 3 over 1. Okay, since I flipped the numbers now, my sign is divide, right? Sorry. So since I flipped the numbers, my sign will change from divide to multiply, okay? Because I have to also flip the sign. Flip it to the other sign. So flip divide to multiply. Okay? So now I have, oh, I will show you 1 second. Okay, here it is. Yeah, so here I have to flip the 3. I also flip the 1 over 3 to 3 over 1. And I also change my sign from divide to multiply, okay? So now I have to multiply the top numbers and the bottom numbers, okay? So 4, if there's nothing below 4, you can put a 1. Okay, that's what I do. So 4 times 3 is 12, and then 1 times 1 here is gonna give you 1. So 12 over 1 is just 12, okay? So my answer is 12, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So can you do this one? Tabar, can you do question number 17?
Okay. But I need help.
Okay, no problem. So let's do it together, okay? So what's the
Okay.
question? 2 divided by 1 over 3, right?
Yeah.
So the first thing I would do is I would flip the numbers because I need to find the reciprocal. So
Okay.
I have to flip the number. Okay, once I see the divide, I cannot divide, right? So that's why I have to take the reciprocal. So that means I have to flip the sign as well. Once I take the reciprocal, I have to flip the sign. The first thing I'm gonna worry about is the 1/3. Okay, so I have to flip the numbers. So let's flip it. Let's bring the 3 on the top, and let's bring the 1 on the, so it's upside down now. So now 1/3 just became 3/1. So it's flipped, right? Right now, I flipped it. Okay, makes sense.
Okay.
So now I have to
Yeah.
also, now I bring my 2 at the bottom. 2 will still be the same. So 2 is still there. And but now since I took the reciprocals, I flipped the sign. I flipped the numbers around. Now I also have to flip the divided sign. I have to flip it to make it multiply. Okay?
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Tabarak, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, now I flip the sign from divide to multiply. Now I can put a 1 below because there's nothing below 2. Okay, there is a 1 below 3, but there's nothing below 2, so I can put a 1. Now
Okay.
I have to multiply the top numbers. So what is 2 times 3?
2 times 3 is 1 second. So 6.
6, right? And then what is 1
Mhm.
times 1? 1 times 1 is
1.
1. So 6/1 is just 6, okay? That's my answer.
Mhm.
Okay? Now I want you to do one more question by yourself.
Okay.
So, can you do 21?
Yeah.
Okay, Tabarak. So you do 21. And Bahauddin, can you do 30, 31?
Okay.
Right? These are your questions to do. So Tabarak can do 21.
Which
Okay.
question, teacher? 30?
Yes, 30 and 31. So Bhawadin, have you done your question?
Yes.
Okay, what did you get?
For this one, I flipped it 3 times 6 is 18. So then 18 divided by 2 is 9. So then I got 9 in total. The next question, 12 times 7 is 84. So then 84 divided by 2 is 42. So then that's what I got.
Good, very good, mashallah. And Tabarak, have you done your question? Tabarak, have you done question 21? Tabarak? Hello? I can't hear you. Can you please unmute? Tabarak, do you need help? Tabarak? Tabarak, can you please unmute? Bahauddin, is Tabarak in the chat?
They're in the meeting, yeah.
Okay, can you please unmute Tabarak? Tabarak, please unmute. You know, the class, everyone is supposed to be unmuted, but you're not, you're still in your class and you're not muted. You're still muted. When you're in class, you have to stay unmuted. Okay? Tabara? Okay, so here. Okay, so Bhaudin, very good. Okay, so you understand how to do this, right?
Yeah.
What about question number, let's do the other one, 42. So if I have a mixed fraction, first of all, I have to convert the mixed fraction to a improper fraction, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the first thing is, what is it when I convert 1 over 1 over 2?
So then it would be 5 over 4 then?
You mean the answer? You giving me the answer?
Yeah, I think.
Okay, but before, let's go step by step. So 1 over 2, what is gonna be the mixed, how do I convert it to the improper fraction?
6, 1 over 2, then you can
So
put
2
it
times 1 is 2, and then 2 plus 1 is 3.
3.
3 over 2. So now I have to flip it. Okay, so, and also change the sign. So 2 over 3.
2
So,
over
so 6 times 2 is 12 over 3.
12.
And can 12 be divided by 3?
Yes.
What is the answer gonna be then?
4.
4. So 4 is my answer. So it wasn't 5 over 4. It's better to always solve it than write the answer, okay?
I was saying for another question, but
Which one? This one? The 43?
I forgot which one I was saying for.
I think maybe it's this one, because this one looks like that. But let's see. So let's see. 10 divided by this is 5 over 4. That's what you were saying, yeah? Good. Okay, yeah. This is 5 over 4, the mixed fraction for 1 over 4. Good. Now I change the place. How do I do it? What's my answer gonna be?
50.
50, yes. So I change it 4 over 5. So that means now I have to multiply 10 times 4, which is 40. 40 divided by 5 is gonna be 8. 8 is my answer, okay? 40. 40 divided by 5 is 8, okay? Okay, so now this one more question I want you to do by yourself, 44, okay?
For
This one. This one is 44 question. You have to do this one, okay?
oh,
So once you solved it and get the answer, please tell me, okay, Bahauddin? I'm waiting. Tabarak, have you done the question? 1/6? 1 divided by 1/6? Tabarak? Okay, Bahauddin, are you done?
Yes,
What did you get?
I got 25
25, okay.
over 3.
Over 3, okay? Okay, so let's see. 5 divided by 1, 2/3 is going to be 5/3.
Yes,
So that means I'm gonna do 3/5. And then, okay, because I flipped it. So then I get 15 over 5. So I don't know how, but Bahauddin, you got 25. How did you get 25? I think you didn't flip it. You have to make sure you flip the 5 and 3 around, okay? So your bottom should be 5 and the top should be 15. Okay, Bahauddin?
Oh.
Yeah. So okay, one more. One more. We only have 1 minute, so I'm just gonna do one question with you because I feel like more practice will make it better. Yeah. Okay. So Bahauddin, 3 divided by 2 or 3. Okay. So what we're gonna do is how do we solve this? Flip it around. Okay. 3 goes on top, and what goes on the bottom? 2. So what is 3 times 3?
9.
9. And what is gonna be on the bottom? 2. What is it at the bottom? What is gonna be at the bottom? 2. Bahauddin, come on. Okay. So you have to do these worksheets. I'm gonna give them for homework, so I want you to do them correctly, okay? Try your best, okay? You know how to do this. It's just you have to sometimes you don't flip them around. So you make sure you flip the numbers, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so you can go on break. Okay, everyone, assalamu alaikum. So we're gonna do science now. Okay, so I'm just gonna open the science reading. Okay, so rock cycle process. So can Bahauddin read?
Where do rocks come from? Rocks can be formed in many ways, including being erupted by volcanoes or compacted from sand. The rock cycle describes how any type of rock can become any other type of rock. The three rock types are joined together by the process that change one to another.
Okay. Okay, the rock cycle. Can Haika read?
The rock cycle. There are three rock types: igneous, sedimentary, and
Metamorph.
metamorphic. All of these rocks can change. In fact, any rock can change to become any other type of rock. These changes usually happen very slowly. Some changes happen below Earth's surface. Some changes happen above ground. These changes are all part of the rock cycle. The rock cycle describes each of the main types of rocks, how they form, and how they change. The figure below shows how the three main rocks types are related to each other. The arrows within the circle show how one type of rock may change to rock or another type. They are processes that change one rock type to another rock type.
Mm-hmm. So process of the rock cycle. Okay, Aya, can you read? Aya?
Yes.
Yes, can you read processes of the rock cycle?
Okay, there are three main processes that can change rock: cooling and crystallization. Deep within the earth, temperatures can get hot enough to create magma. As magma cools, crystals grow, forming an igneous rock. These crystals grow larger if the magma cools slowly, as it does if it remains deep within the earth. If the magma cools quickly, the crystals will be very small. When crystals form from magma, it is called crystallization. Weathering and erosion. Water, wind, ice, and even plants and even plants and animals can all act to wear down rocks. Over time, they can break larger rocks into sediments. Rocks break down by the process called weathering. Moving water, wind, and glaciers then carry these pieces from one place to another. This is called erosion. The sediments are usually dropped or deposited somewhere. Together.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Bahauddin, can you read?
From where?
The sediments here.
Sediment raw sedimented together. This forms a sedimentary rock. This whole process can take hundreds or thousands of years.
Yes, continue a little bit more.
Metamorphism. This long word means to change form. A rock undergoes metamorphism if it is exposed to extreme heat and pressure within the crust.
Okay, with metamorphism. Haika, can you read?
Okay, the rock cycle really has no beginning or end. It just continues. The process involved in the rock cycle take place over 100,000 or even millions of years. Even though for us rocks are solid and unchanging, they slowly change all the time.
Okay. Okay, so can you read physical we will watch a video on physical geology. So you have to explain the video, okay? Once you watch it.
In the last two videos, we talked about minerals. Well, minerals, when they group together, form rocks, and there are three types of rocks. Igneous rocks form from molten rock. Think of lava flowing out of a volcano in Hawaii. That's a good example of an igneous rock. A second type of rock is a sedimentary rock, which is composed of particles of rocks or minerals like sand grains on a beach or sand in a river. And then the third type of rock are metamorphic rocks, and these form by high heat, pressure, and chemical change. Now, all of these three types of rocks are connected by the rock cycle, as you can see in this graphic. We'll start with igneous rocks, which start off as molten lava. The molten rock comes to the surface, forms a lava, and it hardens and it becomes a rock. After time, however, what's going to happen to that rock? Well, those external processes we talked about start to act on and break apart the rocks. And you produce sediment that is then carried in a river to the ocean to, say, to a beach. And it produces a sedimentary rock like a sandstone. So we go from igneous rock to sedimentary rock. But then if we bury that sandstone deep within the earth, as it gets deeper, it gets hotter, there's higher pressure, and you change it into a metamorphic rock. The metamorphism is caused by heat and pressure. If you continue to heat that rock, what will happen to it? It will melt and become a magma or molten rock again, and then it will rise up to the surface and form another lava or another igneous rock. So that's where the cycle comes in. And there's not only one path to the cycle. As you can see from the graphic, there are other kinds of pathways that rocks can follow. For example, a igneous rock can be buried and it can change into a metamorphic rock and then it can melt. Now let's talk a little bit about how the rock cycle is related to plate tectonics. Remember, in plate tectonics, there's a divergent plate boundary. That's where hot...
Okay, so what did you understand so far from the rock cycle?
The rock, when it gets hotter and hotter
mhm.
and more pressure.
Yes, so it can change its form, right? It can become from a metamorphic, it can become igneous, right? If it's kept underneath surface for a long time, right? Make sense?
Yeah.
So the three main types are igneous, metamorphic, and sedimentary. The three processes that change one rock to another are crystallization, metamorphism, and erosion, sedimentation. Any rocks can transform into another rock by any other rock by passing through one or more of these processes. These create the process of cycle. Okay. So these are some questions you have to answer. Okay, so I've posted the science assignment. Okay. Now we will do social studies. Okay, so yesterday we did about stocks. Now we can do loans and interest, home loans, auto loans, insurance. Okay, can Heike read?
Okay. Many people buy cars and houses they cannot afford. This causes major problems for both the banks and the people who have their properties taken. In order to make wise choices when you purchase a car or house, it is important to know how much you can afford to pay each period and calculate a maximum loan amount.
Okay, universal generalizations. Banks are essential to the economy. They help people save and borrow money. Financial institutions charge interest rates to make money on the money they lend. When people borrow money, they will have certain responsibilities and obligations to ensure the repayment of the loan. A person's credit score can impact how much they can borrow and at what interest rate they will have to pay to use someone else's money. There are economic benefits to owning your own home. People who are knowledgeable about borrowing can make decisions in their best interest. There are different types of insurance depending on the person's need over time. As a consumer, the rule is buyer beware. Okay, number one, guiding question. What must a bank consider before it decides to lend money? Okay, so remember we learned that, borrowing money from the bank requires you to have a good credit history, requires you to have a good credit score, right? Certain responsibilities on repayment, right? On time, right? Making the minimum payments. So a lot of banks have minimum payments. If you do not make a minimum, if if they're you may not make the minimum payment in twice or thrice, and 3 months go by, you don't make the payment, that would affect your credit score. So when you want to borrow any other loan from the bank, they won't offer you because you did not pay your previous loans, right? On time. So this really affects your credit score, okay? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. How would Aya, can you read buying a house? Aya? Okay, so this is basically a calculation, okay? So Joanna knows who she can afford to pay 12,000 a year for a house loan. Interest rates are 4.2% annually, and most house loans go for 30 years. What is the maximum loan she can afford? What will she end up paying after 30 years? Okay. So this is an example of, how they use the formula for payment principal, basically payment amount interest times interest rate. So the interest rate is basically they can you calculate it? Can anyone calculate it? Okay, we will learn about it like in this what the
Welcome to an
formula is.
example
So
of
let's watch the
determining the
video
monthly loan
and we'll
payment
learn.
for a mortgage. The price of a home is $155,000. The required down payment is 10%, and you qualify for a 30-year fixed mortgage at 5.5%. Number one, we want to determine the down payment and the loan amount. Number two, we want to find the monthly mortgage payment. And number three, determine how much interest is paid over the life of the loan. So for number one, since the down payment requirement is 10%, we want to find 10% of 155,000. So that would be 155,000 times 10% expressed as a decimal, which would be 0.10, or if we want just 0.1. This would be $15,500. Of course, if we want to check this, we can use a calculator. 155,000 times 0.1 or 0.10 is $15,500. So if this is the down payment, then the loan amount is equal to the price of the home, 155,000 minus the down payment. So this would give us $139,500. This would be the loan amount. And now for number two, we want to find the monthly mortgage payment. To do this by hand, we'll be using this formula here. I'll also show how to use the TI-84 graphing calculator to determine the monthly payment. So first, using our formula, the monthly payment is going to be equal to this quotient here, where P is the loan amount of $139,500 times R divided by N, where R is the annual interest rate and N is the number of payments per year. So R is 5.5%, expressed as a decimal, that would be 0.055. We're making monthly payments. Since there's 12 months in the year, N is 12, divided by 1 minus the quantity 1 plus R divided by N, which again is 0.055 divided by 12, raised to the power of negative N times T, which is negative 12 times T, which is time in years. This is a 30-year fixed mortgage, so T is 30. And now we'll go to the calculator. Let's evaluate the numerator and denominator separately first. So for the numerator, we'll have 139,500 times 0.055 divided by 12. So the numerator is 639.375. And now for the denominator, we'll have 1 minus the quantity 1 plus 0.055 divided by 12. Raised to the power of, this would be negative 360. And enter. So we have approximately 0.80722. And now we'll go ahead and find this quotient.
Roughly 7,000 something, right?
So the monthly payment is going to be
700.
approximately $792.07. Keep in mind this does not include taxes and insurance. Let's also verify this using the finance menu of the graphing calculator. So we're going to press Apps, Enter for Finance, and then Enter for TMV Solver. N is the number of payments in the loan, that would be 30 times 12 or 360. The interest rate is 5.5%. PV is the present value of the loan, which is the loan amount of $139,500. We'll come back to the payment. The future value would be 0 after the loan is paid. Payments per year is 12. Number of compounds per year is also 12. The payments are made at the end of the month. So now we'll go back up to PMT for payment. We're going to clear this, and now we're going to press alpha enter for solve. So alpha enter verifies that our monthly payment would be $792.07, rounded to the nearest cent. Remember, we also rounded our denominator here. And now for the last question, we're going to determine how much interest is paid over the life of the loan. Let's first determine the amount paid over the life of the loan. That would be the monthly payment, which is $792.07, times the number of months over 30 years. So this would be times 30 times 12. So we have 792.07 times 360, or if we want 30 times 12. So over 30 years, a total of $285,145.20 would be paid. Well, remember the loan amount, or the amount borrowed, was $139,500. So the difference of these two amounts would be the amount of interest paid. So we'll go ahead and take this amount here and subtract the loan amount, $139,500. So $145,645.20 is the amount of interest paid over the 30 years. Notice the amount of interest paid is actually more than the original loan amount. I hope you found this example helpful. The next example, we'll take a look at a...
Well, did you understand? So how did you do the calculation? Okay, they use the PMT formula, and then they do the multiplication. So here, let's see if our question is Joe knows she can afford to pay 12,000 a year for a house loan. Interest rate are 4.2% annually, and most house goes for 30 years. What is the maximum loan she can afford? What will she end up paying after 30 years? Okay, so same thing we have to do. We have to first multiply 12,000, okay, by using the formula, okay? So let's do it on the board. Is anyone there? Everyone is you can hear me? Okay. So the question is, I'm gonna post the question here. Okay. So Joanne, she can afford, everyone can see the question? Everyone? Bahauddin, can you see the question? Okay, Joanne knows she can afford 12,000 per year for a house loan. Interest rates are 4.2% annually. So what is the interest rate? It's 4.2% per year. Okay. And they said most house go for 30 years. Okay. So what is the maximum loan? So we have to use the PMT formula, but for that we have to multiply 30 by 12, which means it's gonna be 360, right? 360, right? So 360 is gonna be the amount of loan over the 12 years, and then based on what they had here, was the formula. So that was PMT P R over N. Okay, over 1 minus 1. Okay. 1 minus 1 plus R over N to the negative N T. So what is the price of the loan? 12,000, right? A year for a house loan, okay? So the first thing is we have to find that, okay, the house cost is basically more than 12,000. So that's, she can only afford to pay 12,000 a year. So that means per month she's paying how many? Over 12? Per month, 12,000 over 12 is gonna be 1,000, right? She's paying 1,000 every month, okay? So 1,000 per month. And if, for example, most house loan they go for 30,000. Okay, it's like 30 years, 30 years. So 30 times 1,000, 30 times 12 is 360 months, okay? And for example, she can only afford paying 1,000 per month. So can someone tell me how much she can pay over 360 months? How much money she will be able to pay?
150,000.
Yeah, like for example, you have like basically she pays 1,000 per month, okay? She pays 1,000 per month. That's how much she can afford, okay? And over the 360 months, after 360 months, how much balance will she have if she paid 1,000 each month? How much what would her would she have been paid? Her like how much balance she would pay off? So you have to multiply 360 months by 1,000, right? Make sense? So basically 360 times 1,000 is basically 360. You have to add 3 more zeros. Okay, 1, 2, 3. So basically 360,000 would be paid off. Okay? So what is the maximum loan she can afford is 1,000 per month, okay? Okay, and the maximum, and if she can only pay she has to if she can only pay 1,000 per month, so that means her annually like her I mean sorry, her over the years, like she would be paid off 360,000. Okay, so she would like over the years, if she like that's how much loan she would need to borrow, right? For the whole like would be paid off basically. So if this is the case, what is the maximum she can afford is, if she can only afford 12,000 per year annually. So that would make over the 30 years she would pay off 360,000. Make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So what is the maximum loan she can afford, and what will she end up paying after 30 years? So the maximum loan she can afford is 12,000, and the amount she will be paid off would be 360,000 for the house. Okay? Make sense, everyone?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so formulas are the present value can be found from future value using the regular compound growth PV equal 1 plus I interest to the power of n, which remembers the years, equals to future value. So this is the formula that you have to use. PV equals to FV over 1 plus I to the power of n. Okay, so substitution, then you can find if you do substitution for the R, you can find the interest rate. Okay, if you for example need I, this is the way. If you need to find the interest rate, there's a way, like you can substitute other values and then rearrange the formula basically. Okay, so for example, if you need to find PV, you would make it equal to R, which represents the interest rate, multiplied by 1 minus 1 plus I period, okay, per period. That I represents a per period for and then n represents the years, okay, or per the time, right, over the interest. So this is a formula. Okay, and then now they're giving example one. What is the monthly payment of a 100 sorry 1,000, sorry one it's I think it's 6 years, so it's 1 million house loan. So what is the monthly payment of a 1 million house loan over 30 years with a nominal interest rate of 6% convertible monthly? So if you have 100,000, for example, yeah, 1 million is your monthly payment. So PV equals to sorry, your loan equals to how loan over like your total loan equals to, it's what PV means. Okay, PV means your loan equals to 1 million, and your rate you don't know, your interest rate you do not know, but you know that your interest, I think they made a mistake, it's supposed to be 0.06, but they 0.06, but they put in I think they put in 0.005. So that equals to n, which is 30 years, 30 times 12, which is your there, you're supposed to write 360. Okay, makes sense? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. So they made a mistake. They wrote 0.05, but it's supposed to be 0.06. Okay, 0.06. Let me just see. Yes. So they do the calculation. Once they do the calculation, they figure out the rate if interest is I mean the rate they have to pay is about it's about 5,995.51 is your interest. I mean the monthly payments you're gonna make. Okay, so it is so yeah, so it is remarkable that in order to pay off 1 million loan, you will have to pay a higher, monthly payment. So you know how it was 700 because the loan of the house was less. But this time, if you have a big house which is worth 1 million, then you have to pay a bigger amount of monthly payment. So your monthly payment would be 5,995 per month, every month for 30 years. Okay. Okay, so same thing here. You have to, how long will it take to pay off to 20,000 car loan with a 6% annual rate convertible if you pay off monthly installments of 500. So you have a car this time, okay? And the interest rate is annual is 0.06. So you have to divide 0.06 by 12, okay? Then you get 0.05. That's why they used they used in monthly. So that's why per month you have to then divide the percentage. If it was annual, then you keep it like 0.06. But because they said they want to find it monthly installments, so then you have to divide it by 12. Okay. So then so then they use the PV formula. Okay, and they substitute 20,000 for the monthly for the loan. Okay, and then they substitute 500 for the monthly installment you can afford, and then based on that you sub in all the values and you get 0.8. Okay, you need to find monthly installments, right, in years. So I mean, sorry, monthly installments, like how many months will it take to find to pay off your loan. So you need to find the number of months. So you do not know n. Okay, n is the number of months, the time. So you leave that and then you solve all the other substitute them values and solve, and then you will have to use, because n is to the power negative, then you have to use a function on your calculator which is ln. It's called ln. It's a logarithm or log. It can be log or ln on your the laptop. So it's usually ln they use for calculating the months. So ln is 0.8 over ln 1.005, and then you find the month, which is 44.74 month. Okay. Okay, so this is
Sure,
you
like
would need a yeah. Yeah, then it's 44 months it will take them to pay off the car balance, because the car is worth 20,000 and you're making each month you're making 500. So how many years is 44 months? How many years will it take? 12 months in a year, right? So 12 times 3 is 36. Then that would be 3 years, and then 3 years plus I think 9 more months, or six, yeah, I think 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think 10 more months. So 3 years and 10 months it will take you to pay off the balance. Make sense? Okay, so example C, then this is on, you know how they're using the formula for each different questions. Like they have, sometimes they have you have to calculate the n, which is the time. Sometimes you have to calculate the monthly payment, so it depends on each question. Okay. Okay, so these are some questions. They have 3 questions. So I'm gonna give you this for homework. Okay. You can calculate them. And I will also give you the formula that you have to use. So it's basically, it's this formula, okay? PVR is the formula, okay? And this is social studies, so social. Okay, I might have to give you the formula. So I think it's hard for me to write the questions, but I'll just have to um send you in the chat the formula so you can save it on your computer, okay? Okay, so I posted the question so you can see, and in the chat I have sent you the formula so you can use this formula, okay? Okay, everyone? Okay, so you guys can start working on the questions. If you have any problem, you can send me a message in the chat so I can solve it for you, okay? Okay. So you can start working on the homework, inshallah. Is that good? Any question you can always ask, okay? Okay, Bahauddin?
Okay.
Okay, in the chat, I send you the formula, okay? So start working on the social studies homework, okay? Assignment. Okay, I also write the formula if someone needs help. So
Can I leave for break?
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. How are you? Doing good, alhamdulillah. Okay, Surah Abasa. Till which ayat number did we complete yesterday? I can't hear you.
20.
Ayat number 20. Okay, let's continue from here, inshallah. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ثم أماته, then he causes him to die فأقبره, and puts him in his grave. Oh, we did this one. We did up to 23. We have to do from 24. فلينظر الإنسان, then let the man look إلى طعامي, at his food.
فلينظر الإنسان إلى طعامه, at his food, then let the man look.
Say it 5 times, everybody.
Insano, then let the man look.
And then let the man look at his food.
Eat at his food.
5 times. Say it again.
اليانو
الإنسان إلى طعامه.
insano, let the man look.
Let the man look at
He at his food. فليانو insano, and let
the man look at his
Anna sababna, that we pour forth.
Anna
that we
pour forth. Anna that we pour forth. Anna sababna that we pour forth.
Al-ma'a, water.
Water.
Sabba, in abundance.
Sabba in abundance. Sabba in abundance. Sabba in abundance. Sabba in abundance.
Thumma shaqqaqna al-arda, then we split the earth.
Then we split the earth. Summa shaqqaqna, then we split the earth.
Shaqqa, in collapse.
Shaqqa in clefts. Shaqqa in clefts. Shaqqa in clefts.
Hmm? ثم شققنا الأرض. Then we split the earth شقا in clefts.
In clefts.
فأنبتنا, and we caused to grow.
فأنبتنا, and we caused to grow. فأنبتنا, and we caused to grow.
Grow.
فأنبتنا, and we caused to grow. فيها, therein.
Fiha Darren, Fiha Darren, Fiha Darren, Fiha Darren.
Here, there, and here, there. And
Habba, the grain.
Habba, the grain. Habba in the grain. Habba, grain. Habba, the grain.
وإنابا, and grapes. وإنابا, and grapes.
And grapes.
Inab is grape. Grapes are called inab. Okay?
Okay.
Next time you're eating grapes, remember this is inab. Okay? وإنابا, and grapes.
وإنبا and grapes. وإنبا and grapes. وإنبا and grapes.
وقضبا, and clover plants.
وقضبا and clover plants. وقضبا and clover plants.
وقضبا, and clover plants.
وقضبا and قضبا and clover plants.
وزيتونا, and olives.
وزيتونا and olive.
Nuna and olives. Was it Nuna and olives?
Olive.
ونخلا, and date palms.
ونخلا and date palms. ونخلا and date palms.
وحدائق, and gardens.
وحدائق and gardens. وحدائق and gardens. وحدائق and gardens.
غلبا, dense with many trees.
غلبا with many trees. غلبا and
Gulban,
many trees.
many trees.
وفاكهة, and fruits. وفاكهة,
and fruits. وفاكهة and fruits.
And
وفاكهة and fruits.
وأبا, and herbage.
Abba and
her herbage.
Abba and herbage.
Herbage means herbs. Mata'an, to be a provision and benefit.
And trying to be a provision and benefit.
Lakum, for you.
Come for you.
Wali an'amikum, and for your cattle.
And for your cattle.
فَإِذَا جَاءَتِ, then when there comes.
When it comes.
الصَّاخَةُ, deafening cry. Yawma, that day.
Yoma, that day.
Yafir ul-maru, shall a man flee. Min akhihi, from his brother.
From his brother.
Wa ummihi, and from his mother.
And from his
mother.
Abihi, and his father.
Abihi and his father.
Wa sahibatihi, and from his wife.
Sahibatihi, and from his wife.
Wa banihi, and his children.
Wa banihi, and his children.
Hmm. Now say from Yama to up till here 5 times each word because we just said it once.
From Yoma,
Yama, 5 times Yama, that day.
Yoma that day, Yoma that day, Yoma that day, Yoma that day, Yoma that day.
Yafirul mar'u.
يفر المرء shall man flee يمر المرء shall man flee يفر المرء shall man flee
يوم الدين يوم الدين يوم الدين يوم الدين يوم الدين يفر المرء يفر المرء يفر المرء يفر المرء يفر المرء يفر المرء shall man flee 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 min akhi from his brother min akhi from his brother
from his brother
from his brother
and from his mother
mihi and from his mother
from his mother
mihi
and his brother
from his father Wabihi
he
and
from his wife Wasahi
Wasati
and from
and from his wife Wabinai and
and his children
children Wabinai and his
only for every
Likulli for every.
Likulli for every
for every
Likulli for every Likulli for every
Likulli for every Likulli
Imrin man.
Imran man
Imran man
Minhum of them.
minhum of them minhum of them minhum of them
Yama izin that day.
Yoma izin that day Yoma izin that day Yoma izin that day
Sha'nun will be enough concern.
Sha'nun will be enough concern Sha'nun will be enough concern Sha'nun will be enough concern
Yughnihi that will make him careless of others.
Yughnihi that will make him careless of others Yughnihi that will make him careless of others Yughnihi that will make him careless of others
Wujuhun some faces.
Wujuh on some faces, wujuh on some faces, wujuh on some faces.
Yama izin that day.
Yawma izin that day, Yawma izin that
Musfira will be bright.
Musfira will be bright, Musfira will be bright, Musfira will
Dahikatun laughing.
Dahiyadu laughing
Dahikatun
Dahiyadu laughing
Mustabshira rejoicing at good news.
Mustabshira
rejoicing at good news
Mustabshira rejoicing and
good news
Wujuhun and other faces.
wujuhun
and other faces
Yawma izin that day.
Yoma izin that day Yoma izin that day Yoma izin that day
Alayha on them.
Alayha on them Alayha on them Alayha on
Ghabara will be dust.
will be dust
Tarhaquha will cover them.
Tarhaquha will cover them.
Tarha will cover them
Qataratu darkness.
Talahu darkness
Ulaika those.
Ulaika those Ulaika those Ulaika those
Whom they
Al-Kasaratu.
Al-Kasaratu
Al-Kafaratu.
Al-Kafaratu will the disbelievers Al-Kafaratu will be the disbelievers
Al-Fajaratu the evildoers.
Al-Fajratu the evildoers Al-Fajratu the evildoers Fajratu the evildoers
So what is being said in these verses is that the people should look at their food, okay, and be grateful for it. Okay, and how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us food and how He has given us water, and then how He has made the earth in a way that we can grow grains from it, and grapes and clover plants and olives and date palms all come from the earth when we seed something in it. Okay, and gardens and dense gardens, right? All of these is available for the Muslims. And fruits and herbage, yani herbs, different kind of herbs. Mata'an, to be a provision and benefit. So it's beneficial for the humans and it's a provision for them and for even for the cattle. But then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says when the day of Qiyamah will come, there will be a deafening cry. As I told you, it's going to be the sound of a trumpet. Hello? अगर वो पैसे पकड़ाएं तो ले लीजिएगा, नहीं तो वो okay, Yawma, that day, yani on the day of Qiyamah, the people will flee from their brothers, from their mothers, from their fathers, from their spouses, from their children, from everyone. Why? Because they will be too worried about their own deeds, about what is going to be the result they're going to get. As I told you before, the people who did good deeds and were Muslims, they will get their book of deeds on the right hand. And the people who did bad deeds and didn't believe in the oneness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, they will get their book of deeds in their left hand. And such people will, where will they end up? In punishment. Okay, so on that day, some faces will be bright. They will be happy. They will be rejoicing at the good news of reward. And some people's faces will be dark and full of dust. Why full of dust? Because in this world, they kept striving for the worldly things instead of working to get the Jannah. Okay? Darkness will cover the faces of such people. And such people were the disbelievers and the evildoers because they didn't believe that day of judgment is going to come and they're going to be resurrected. They will be answerable for what they did. Okay? You understand?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So memorize this. And today is, what day is today? Today is Tuesday. Okay, we'll have the test for this surah on Thursday, inshallah. Okay? Okay. Okay, let's read this chapter now about Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Read it. The Quraysh's plot to assassinate the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam fails. Read it now. Read it, please. Who's going to read?
The Quraysh plot to assassinate the Prophet ﷺ fails. The Quraysh,
Loudly. Read it loudly.
the Quraysh were very. Give me 1 minute.
Okay, who's going to read? Haika, you read, please.
Okay. Punish plot to sin the
The
Prophet
Quraysh were
ﷺ
very
fails.
upset.
The Quraysh were very upset by the immigration of the Muslims to Medina. When they saw that the Prophet ﷺ and his companions had helpers in Medina over whom they had no power, the Quraysh were alarmed by the immigration of the Muslims. They knew that if that happened, then they would not have no means to stop it. They held a meeting at Dar an Dua, their assembled place formally. In that meeting, the Cornish nobles consulted with one another on what to do concerning the Prophet ﷺ. The immigration of the Prophet ﷺ and his companions to a rival city was very harmful to them. Son, who was in the guise of a venerable early man, introduced himself as a man from Najd and attended their meeting to help plot against the Prophet. Several proposals were forwarded: expulsion from Mecca, life imprisonment, and assassination. Sultan suggested that these proposals were of no use and support Abu Jahl's proposal to send a band of young men, one from each tribe, to strike the Prophet ﷺ at the same time with their swords, so that the blood money would spread all over them. And that Bun Abu Manaf would not be able to fight them all. When the execution plot had been hatched, Almighty Allah sent down Angel Jibreel to the Prophet ﷺ to reveal to him the Quranish evil plot, and to him gave him his Lord's permission to migrate. He fixed to them the time of migration and asked them not to sleep on the night of immigration in his usual bed. He would sleep in his bed in order to see the Quranish who had become aware of the Prophet's intentions to leave Makkah.
At that time, who's going to read next?
The migration of the Prophet ﷺ to Medina. At that time, no Muslims were left in Mecca except the Prophet ﷺ, Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu, Ali ibn Abi Talib radiallahu anhu, and those who were kept captives by the Quraysh. Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu was ready to migrate, but the Prophet ﷺ asked him to wait for a while, so Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu postponed his departure for the sake of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, so that he might keep his company.
Next, who's going to read? Tabarak, why don't you read? Tabarak, read please. No, you don't want to read? Who else wants to read? Heqa, do you want to read? Heqa?
Yes.
No? Read, please.
Yes.
Read.
The Prophet ﷺ in the house of Abu Bakr. The Prophet ﷺ used to go to Abu Bakr's house every day in the morning or evening, but never at noon. At that day, when the Prophet ﷺ was given permission to migrate, he went to the house of Abu Bakr at around midday. This was an usual visit at the hottest hour of the day. When the Prophet ﷺ entered Abu Bakr offered him his permission to migrate to Medina together. O Allah's Messenger, Abu Bakr asked anxiously. Together, heard the Prophet ﷺ. Abu Bakr's eyes were filled with tears of joy. He informed the Prophet ﷺ that he had long since brought 2 she-camels for the journey. The 2 she-camels were very well looked after by him. The Prophet paid the price of one of the 2 she-camels, whose name was Al-Qaswa. Abu Bakr's daughters made quick preparation for the journey. They put into a leather bag some provision for them. Asma, the daughter of Abu Bakr, cut a gridley into 2 pieces and used one piece to tie the mouth of the leather bag. She was therefore named the and its coin, the one with the 2 girdles. Do I continue?
Up till where did you read?
I read up to the one with 2 girdles.
Okay, next who's going to read?
Okay, so the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and Abu Bakr Radiallahu anhu leave Makkah. Allah's Messenger Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam have avoided the besieging Quraysh, made his way to the house of Abu Bakr. Abu Bakr had obtained the services of a trustworthy guide, Abdullah ibn Uraykit, in a readiness for the journey. To avoid the watchful Quraysh, they left Makkah under the cover of darkness. They made their way southward instead of northward, the true direction of Medina. They avoided the main streets of the city, walking rather than riding, so as not to be seen. Once outside of the city, they headed towards Mount Tower, where they hid in a cave. Things were planned in advance. They were to hide safely.
I can't hear you well today. I think we should end class because I can't hear you well. Okay? Something's wrong with your sound system.
Okay.
Okay, try to read now. Maybe I'll hear you better now. Try to read now.
I can hear you.
I said, try to read now.
Okay, flip the page.
Did you read the entire these 2 pages?
Yes.
Okay, read the next part.
In the cave for 3 days, the period of 3 days was sufficient for things to calm down and to remove the pursuers off the road. Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu had asked his son Abdullah to bring them news of the Quraysh. He had also ordered his freedman Amir ibn Fuhaira to graze the family flock around the cave so as to remove the footprints made by Abdullah and Asma, his sister. They came to the cave with news and fresh provisions. When the Quraysh discovered that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam had left, leaving Ali in his bed concealed behind his mantle, they became very angry. They offered a reward of 100 she-camels to anyone who brought the Prophet ﷺ back dead or alive. Their horsemen set out searching along every track, every direction, and every nook and corner of Mecca. The search of them intensified as the news of the reward of 100 she-camels became known.
Okay. Okay, now complete these exercises. The Quraysh held a meeting of at
Dora now.
Midday.
where did they have the meeting?
Dora Nauda.
Dar Nadwa. Dash revealed the Quraysh's secret plan to the Prophet ﷺ through Allah revealed it through Angel Jibreel. Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu postponed his departure for the sake of the
Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. The Prophet's camel was called what was his camel called? Hmm? Hmm? Yes, answer.
What?
Hmm?
What?
I can't hear you.
Kaswa.
Kaswa. Okay. Dash was called Zatan Nitaqain. Zatan Nikatain. What was that? Hmm? That was Abu Bakr's daughter. Okay. The Prophet ﷺ and Abu Bakr radiallahu took shelter in Mount
Tired.
Uhud. In which mount?
Aware.
Hmm? I can't hear you. What are you saying?
Where?
I don't know what you're saying. Dash was asked to bring the news of the Quraysh. The Sor was the name of the cave. What was the name of the mountain? Ohad, Ohad. I can't know. I don't know what you're saying, Bahauddin. You keep muting yourself. Why did the Quraysh hold a meeting? What was its conclusion?
They consulted with one another on what to do concerning the Prophet ﷺ immigration.
What smart plan did the Quraysh come up with?
They had a reward if someone can find the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, they would give them 100 she camels.
Why did Ali stay behind?
Deceive the Quraysh who had become aware of the Prophet's intention to leave Mecca.
Why was the Prophet's visit to Abu Bakr's house unusual? Hmm? Why was the Prophet's visit to Abu Bakr's house unusual?
See if they are safe.
No, not because of that. Why? Maybe because of the time of the day or something. Because he never went at noontime. Okay? Describe how the plot of the Quraysh failed.
The Quraysh were very upset when the Muslims migrated to Medina. They saw the Prophet ﷺ and companions. They had helpers in Medina and they had no power. The Quraysh were alarmed by the immigration of the Muslims.
What offer did the Quraysh set for capturing the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam?
100 she camels.
Okay. The last question. Together, O Allah's Messenger. Reference to context. Tell us when did this who said it and why did they say it? Together, O Allah's Messenger. Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Hmm? Hmm? Can you tell me? When did this happen? Together, O Allah's Messenger? Hmm? Hello? No, you don't remember?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Haika, do you remember? Tabarak, do you remember?
No.
Nobody remembers. Okay. Let's look back. I think Abu Bakr said it too. Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Here. When the Prophet entered Abu Bakr, when the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam entered, Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu offered him his seat. The Prophet ﷺ then explained that Allah had given him permission to migrate to Medina. Together, O Allah's Messenger, Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu asked anxiously. Together, replied the Prophet ﷺ. See, this is what happened. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Now, okay. Who can complete this word search? Okay, here is the word search. Complete it. Complete the word search.
Not see it.
You can't see it yet? Here.
Okay, now I can see.
I can do it.
Complete?
Almost.
Okay.
3 more.
Huh?
3 more.
3 more completed.
How are you doing today?
Okay, kids, that's all for today, inshallah. See you tomorrow.
Okay.
Allah Hafiz.
Allah Hafiz.